here. How's everyone doing? What's up, Pop Girl? How you doing, man? We are continuing our adventures in the Assassin's Creed franchise into Assassin's Creed 3. We're doing the Remastered edition, which comes with all the DLCs and whatnot. Also, it's the most updated version, so it should play better and everything. Now, even though this is Assassin's Creed 3, this is technically the 5th game? Yeah, this is technically the 5th game in the franchise.
Used to be when people talked about the end of the world, we locked them up. Or laughed them off. Sometimes both. But we never took them seriously. Maybe we should have. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Better to start at the beginning, with the abduction of Desmond Miles, my son. This boy had no ambition, no direction, no plans for the future. What he did have was a heritage, one he chose to deny. It nearly cost him his life. He was captured and imprisoned. Those who took him believed he could help them find something.
It's throwing all the DLCs at me at once, all the packs.
One of several artifacts we call Pieces of Eden. Bits of ancient technology scattered across the globe. Some hidden, some found, all of them dangerous. Most are held by a single group, the same group that now had Desmond. You know them as Abstergo Industries. We know them as the Templars. As the enemy. We've been fighting them for thousands of years. Even longer if you believe the stories of their origins. I do. After all, I've seen the truth. That's the beauty and the horror of the Animus. A device that allows us to enter and experience the lives of our ancestors. It holds the power to change everything, to show us history the way it really happened. Up until its creation, to the victor went the spoils, went the truth. We're trying to fix that, to free minds and bodies both. But there's only so much that we can do, and the Templars have the upper hand these days. But something larger than the Assassins and Templars is approaching, bigger than all of us. And if we can't find a way to stop it, these next few weeks will probably be our last. Everyone's last. In the end, it all comes down to him. To Desmond. Through the Animus, he discovered his heritage, explored the lives of his ancestors, and uncovered their secrets. When that was done, he trained. He used another ancestor to provide decades of experience in the span of a few days. It worked. We think. We hope. Soon, though, soon we'll know. That ominous date fast approaches, December 21st, 2012. None of us knows what it'll bring, only that this is where they want us to be, when it does. They've been guiding us in their own fractured, frustrating way. These voices from the first civilization, the ones who came before, a precursor race of immense power and uncertain motives. They're the ones who made the Pieces of Eden. This is where they've led him, and through him, us. He stands at the entrance to this long-lost place, armed with the knowledge of Altair and the abilities of Ezio. He holds in his hands the Apple of Eden, and we stand at his side, ready to support him however we can. His name is Desmond Miles, and he has brought us to the end.
Ho ho ho.
We're here. Let's go.
Is there anything for me to carry? Yeah. Alright.
In another moment, down went Alice after it, never once considering how in the world she was to get out again.
I think we're here.
No, I lost my nightlight.
The key. You must find the key.
Son?
Sir.
Here we go again.
Desmond?
Do you hear us?
Yeah. What happened?
The temple triggered a bleeding effect. You collapsed and entered into a fugue state.
So naturally, you dropped me into the Animus instead of, I don't know, making sure I was okay?
You weren't in any danger. Besides, the temple appeared to be communicating with you, and I didn't want to risk severing the connection. At least not until we knew what it wanted.
He is
Right,
the worst
course.
father ever.
Son,
Just saying that.
No, it's fine. I get it. And I know what I'm looking for, by the way. It's a key. Just no idea where it is, though. I guess that's why she triggered the bleeding effect.
She?
Juno, Dad. She's talking to me.
Okay, Desmond. While you were, visiting Constantinople, we picked up a software update for the Animus. I'd like to run a couple of quick tests, make sure there aren't any major issues.
All right. What do you need me to do?
We'll start simple. Walk to the marker over there.
Oh, tutorial. Okay.
Okay, Desmond. Let's practice climbing on these objects. Run your way through this little obstacle course. That's a constraint. These are optional objectives that raise your synchronization rate. All right, Desmond. Follow the on-screen instructions and kill the 2 Templars. All you have to do here is jump the gap.
That was weird. I don't think I can make that. Vertical jumping got a little bit better, it looks like, compared to the last game. Or, I should say diagonally.
Synchronization levels look good now. We should be able to build the world. Time to find out what the temple wants from you.
Sequence 1, the first civilization has led Desmond Miles and his allies here in order to prevent a massive solar flare that threatens all life on the planet. Now they just need to figure out how to do it. Desmond's ancestral memory appears to hold the answer.
Sir? Sir? Everything all right, sir?
Yes, fine. I'm just preoccupied, that's all.
Don't forget your invitation. Master Birch will be meeting you inside.
Thank you.
Where shall I retrieve you once you're done?
Front of the Opera House. And be quick about it. Don't expect to be here long.
I'll bring her round at once.
Invitation, please. Shall I take your coat, sir?
Ladies
Indiana
and
Mr. Agent.
gentlemen,
Oh, okay.
you are requested to kindly find your seats.
So now it's the start button. I see. You might hear this. You might hear Theatre Royale. You might hear this referred to as Covent Garden, which it faces, or the Royal Opera House, which it later became. However, this is the original Theatre Royale building, opened in 1732, destroyed by fire in 1808. It will be rebuilt then destroyed by fire again in 1857, and then almost completely renovated in the 1990s. They've installed a smoke detector this time. The original theater lineup was varied, containing ballet, operas, even acrobats. Many of Handel's operas opened here, right up until his death in 1759, when he mysteriously stopped writing them. But the building was mainly used for presenting plays, at least for the first 100 years of its history. The reason? It held the exclusive rights to perform spoken drama in London, awarded by King Charles II. Yes, kings could do that, though why they would is beyond me. We are playing the remastered edition, so it's hard to comment on how good the graphics look, because technically these are revamped from the original.
Good evening, sir.
But the
This way,
original
please.
wasn't bad looking either. You want me to go down the aisle? Fine, I'll go down the aisle. Move, people.
My apologies.
Evening, Hatham.
Reginald?
I can't tell you how happy I was to hear they'd mounted this revival. Gay's best work by far. Have you seen it before?
Once. My father brought me here as a child. Though I remember little of it. I don't suppose tonight will afford me the luxury of a proper viewing either.
No, I'm afraid it won't. On to business, then. Do you see him?
He's seated in one of the boxes above.
The stairs are watched. You'll need to find another way up.
I already have.
Both against roads and for them. For 'tis but fitting that we should protect and encourage cheats, since we live by 'em.
Sir, Black Mall, that sick word of trial comes on in the
1,000
afternoon,
pardons.
and she
So
opens
sorry.
before the matter
My
is
apologies.
As the wench is very active and industrious, we may satisfy her that
Reginald Birch was a London merchant, the son of another London merchant who, conveniently enough, also had the last name Birch. Seems it was one of those hard to put your finger on things that ran in the family. Birch started in business for himself at an early age. By the time he was in his mid-20s, he already owned several merchant ships, mainly dealing with the tea trade to the American colonies. That's pretty good going, seeing as by the time most people are in their mid-20s, they don't even own a ship. I have him as part owner of the Providence, among others. Later in life, Birch also owned several businesses in and around London. He was a member of White's, which was a posh gentleman's club in London, and generally a well-known and respected man about town. From what I can tell, Birch met Hatem Kenway while working for his father, Edward. They were introduced at White's while Hatem was still quite young. Birch would eventually take over Hatem's education, tutoring him while on the tour of Europe in the 1730s. From what we've seen in the Animus, it seems their friendship continued into adulthood, with them working together as members of the Assassins. So they're both assassins. Then why be killing him?
I told him what would come to if he did not bend his hand. This is death without reprieve. I may mention a booking. For Tom Gag, £40. Let Betty Sly know I'll save her from transportation.
How is nobody seeing this?
Betty has brought more goods into our loft here than any five of the gang. And in truth, it's a pity to lose so good a customer.
If none of the gang take her on, she may, in the common course of business, live at 12 months longer. I love to let women escape. A good sportsman always
How is nobody seeing this?
Except our wife.
Without dispute, she is a fine
Really?
woman. 'Twas to her I
Alright.
was obliged to the mind of education. 'Tis woman that seduces all mankind. Like her we first were taught our evening arms. Her very life we cheat when those we find. She tricks us of our money with her hearts. 'Tis woman that seduces all mankind. Like her we first were taught our evening arms.
Okay, and hold the raking angle.
She tricks us of our money with our hearts. Over like boots by night, we roam for prey and practice every fraud to bribe her charms. Suits of love like law are won by pay, and beauty must be feeding to our arms. Over like boots by night, we roam for prey and practice every fraud to bribe her charms. Suits of love like law are won by pay, and beauty must be feeding to our arms.
I don't understand this. Rotate L to locate and hold tension angle. Oh, I see. There we go. Got my fingers. I didn't notice it was changing the joystick there.
But make haste and use it, boy. And let your friends know what I intend. For I love to make them easy one way or other.
When a gentleman is long kept in suspense, penitence may break his spirit ever after. Besides, certainty gives a man a good air upon his trial, and makes him risk another without fear or scruple. But all the way, the prudent is a comfort to friends in affliction.
But 'tis now high time to look about me for a decent execution.
Flying in!
Next session. I ain't a lazy rogue.
I've got a bit
by
of
whom one
stage
can get
fright.
nothing to
Haven't
his
got
hands.
courage up at a bloom in
A
your cheek.
register of the gang.
The Beggar's Opera. Beggar's Opera opened in London in 1728. It's a musical, one of the earliest ever created. It was written by John Gay, a writer and a friend of both Alexander Pope and Jonathan Swift, two of the prominent literary figures of the day. The opera was both popular and controversial. Popular partly because it was an excellent skewering of Italian opera, which was very popular at the time. However, instead of complicated Italian song, the Beggar's Opera featured folk tunes that the audience could recognize, meaning you could hum along even if you didn't know Italian. It was controversial because of the subject matter. It's set in the Newgate prison, and the main characters are all criminals, who act much like the upper classes. It was a send-up of the British nobility, including veiled criticism of the head of the government, neither of whom traditionally have a sense of humor. I've never met a queen who liked a knock-knock joke. Actually, I never met a queen. A Beggar's Opera was accused of being a base form of entertainment, and because its main characters were criminals accused of causing increase in crime, it's nice to see that criticism isn't just for movies and video games. Bloody opera corrupted our kids.
Good-fingered Jack. A year and a half in the service. Let me see how much the stock owes to his in.
Alright, give me 1 second, guys. I think I have a little bit of a headache, but I'm just gonna pop some Tylenol and keep it going. Alright, let's do this.
One, two, three, 4, 5 gold, and 7 silver ones. A mighty clean down fellow. 16 snuff
Jeremy's
boxes,
really
5
burning up
true
the
gold,
walls tonight. He's
6 dozen of handkerchiefs, 4 silver hilted swords, half a dozen of shirts, 3 tie periwigs, and a piece of broadcloth. Considering these are only the fruits of his leisure hours, I don't know a prettier fellow. But no man.
Haytham. You should have come to me. We would have found another way.
Yes. But then you would have known. For what it's worth, I'm sorry.
As am I.
Hurry! Come, please!
Over there! That's the one that killed murder! That man there! Seize him! A man was killed in the upper balcony, but I've done no wrong. I swear
Search
it.
him.
Any weapons?
I beg your pardon. Don't push him,
Could you
please.
Order! We must have order! Peace, friends, there is no danger!
Try to remember. Be careful.
I can't get out of here fast enough.
It happened
We
right
must
in
leave
that
at
balcony.
once.
What are those men doing in there?
I'm staying where it's safe.
Peace, friends, there is no danger! Move! Move! Imbecile!
Where are you going?
I need to get out. Too close in here. I must get a couple.
And how was the opera?
Rather dull, truth be told.
Shall we be off then?
Aye. To Fleet and Bride.
By your command.
Fascinating. Gentlemen, I hold in my hand a key. And if this book is to be believed, it will open the doors of a storehouse built by those who came before.
Ah, yes. Those who ruled, reigned, and vanished from the world. Do we know what it is that will be held within?
It could contain certain knowledge. Perhaps a weapon, or something as yet unknown, unfathomable in its construction and purpose. It could be any of these things, or none of them. They are still an enigma, these precursors. But of one thing I am certain. Whatever waits behind those doors shall prove a great boon to us all.
Or our enemies, should they find it first.
They won't. You've seen to that.
I assume you know where this storehouse is?
Ah, Mr. Harrison.
Gentlemen,
How fare your calculations?
I believe the site lies somewhere within this region.
That's a lot of ground to cover.
My apologies. Were that I could be more accurate.
That's all right. It suffices for a start. And that is why we've called you here, Master Kenway. We'd like for you to travel to America, locate the storehouse, and take possession of its contents.
I'm yours to command, although a job of this magnitude will require more than just myself.
Of course. Upon this paper are the names of 5 men sympathetic to our cause. Each is also uniquely suited to aid you in your endeavor. With them at your side, you will want for nothing.
Well, then I'd best be on my way.
I knew our faith in you was not misplaced. We've booked you passage to Boston. Your ship leaves at dawn. Go forth, Hatham, and bring honor to us all.
Well, mission success. All of that was the guy that we just killed, no? So I guess that was his memory of how he got to the US.
Some fresh air might do me good.
The Providence was one of the many sailing ships in the British Merchant Navy, which basically means it was a trade ship rather than one meant for war. You'll notice it's carrying cannons, but those are mainly for protection against pirates or privateer vessels, or for turning the ship into a privateer vessel should the need arise. The ship was built in 1748 and made several trips a year between Britain and North American colonies. Only with occasional visits to the West Indies, the manifest doesn't indicate anything particularly interesting. Mostly it carries staples like tea, molasses, and clothes. It's captained by its part owner, one Samuel Smith, who got something of a reputation among sailors for both cruelty to his crew and penny pinching on rations. Incidentally, that's not exactly a way to keep good sailors on board. The crew is probably both inexperienced and disgruntled. Ideally, you want an experienced crew who are hugely gruntled, although you likely don't know much about running an 18th century sailing vessel. Odds are you won't notice the difference. Alright, let's go up.
And then all will be well.
You sure about that?
Of course. Have I ever led you astray?
Nah. Though you don't stick right with the others.
Have faith, my friend. You'll see.
Well, well. Seems our esteemed guest has deigned to grace us with his presence. You might want to head back to your quarters. Top deck's no place for tender parnells.
So I thought. And yet here you are.
Fancy yourself a joker, eh? Let's see how funny you find this.
That's enough, Graves.
Stay out of this.
Listen to this, Hector. Thinks he can swagger on up here and declare himself king of the castle.
Please, fellas, call this off. If the captain sees us...
To hell with the captain. And to hell with you, Mills. Whose side do you on, anyway?
I'm ready to go again if you are.
This is unwise.
Why's that? You think I'm afraid of you?
No. But you should be.
Do you yield?
Never! How do you like these odds?
What's the meaning of this?
Captain!
Explain yourself at once, Mr. Kenway.
These thought we were simply passing the time with a bit of sport, Captain.
How about you pass the time by doing your goddamn jobs instead? I wasn't aware I was paying you to loll about. A word, please, Mr. Kenway.
Oh, I nearly forgot. There's your knife back.
I don't care for you, Mr. Kenway. I've had nothing but trouble since you came aboard.
Your problems have nothing to do with me.
I beg your pardon?
You're a poor leader, ill-tempered and cruel, and it's clear your crew has no respect for you.
Damn.
Look,
Like
I don't want to argue. In fact, I need a favor.
Oh, this is rich.
I suspect some of the men intend to mutiny.
Really? What a surprise.
As I cannot trust any of them, I am compelled to turn to you.
And why should I help you?
Because if they do intend to betray, I'm the only hope you have of reaching America alive. Well, what will it be?
If what you say is true, what other choice do I have?
Thank you.
But let me be clear. Should you ever dare to insult or threaten me again, I'll not hesitate but to cut off your head myself. Are we understood? Excellent.
He's not taking schlick.
Good day.
Nobody. Atlantic Ocean, day 28. God, it must have sucked to travel by boat like this.
Mr. Kenway.
Captain?
Whatever they're up to, I believe it's coming to a head.
I'd best get to work.
He's cut our rations again. Claims we're not provisioned for such luxuries.
You're not having
It's
second
not right
thoughts,
that
are
you
you?
feast on lamb and
I
wine.
know it needs to be done, but
He's a shifty fella. Won't hardly take his hat off. Keeps his face hidden too, so we can't see him watching.
Quiet! Here he comes.
You there! I have some questions for you.
That's nice, but I ain't got time to gossip. Probably wouldn't have anything useful to share anyway. You want information? Try the cook or the doctor. Everyone's always chatting them up.
You looking for another fight? That it? Go away.
Doctor, if you have a moment.
Have you taken ill?
Oh, nothing like that. I was wondering if you'd heard any rumblings of trouble aboard.
What sort of trouble?
Unusual complaints or grievances? Men taking issue with the captain or
You
the
sound
passengers?
just like James. Like I told him, I've been much too busy with my research to notice anything not work-related.
And where might I find James?
The galley's your best bet. Now, if you'll excuse me...
The dice minigame.
Are you James?
Aye.
Hatham Kenway. Pleased to meet you.
I know who you are.
I was hoping you could answer some questions.
I figured as much. but not here. Follow me. Oh, what do you want to know?
Have you seen or heard anything out of the ordinary since we left port? Anything that gives cause for concern?
Some of the men have been gathering at night on the upper deck. I've only caught bits of their conversations, so I couldn't say for certain what they're up to. But I suspect it bodes ill.
Is it a mutiny they're planning?
All I know is they've little love for the captain. Mills has been trying to talk him down, but there's only so much one man can do.
Thank you for the information.
I only wish to see us reach the colonies alive.
Lewis Mills, the deckhand, originally from where we British somewhat optimistically call sunny Brighton. He got his love of the sea from his father, who was also a sailor. He first took young Lewis to sea with him at the age of 10, sailing from London to Boston on a vessel named the Windward. As he grew old, Mills kept working as a merchant marine, traveling the world and gaining a reputation as a reliable, level-headed sailor. He joined the crew of Providence in 1752, staying with the captain and crew through a variety of hardships, though by 1755 he was thinking of moving on. Ezio Auditore. We know exactly who this guy is. Really don't need to read all that. So here we know exactly who he is. Sean Hastings. Maybe I should read these. Sean Hastings is one of the few members of the Assassins who wasn't raised to join the Order. He was recruited as a teenager after his investigation into Estergo Industries made him a target for the Templars. Hastings has a gift for organization, and as such, the Assassins would be lost without him. With his talents for making connections between historical events, he's widely regarded as the most intelligent person in the Order. And by widely regarded as the most intelligent person in the Order, I mean he is the most intelligent person in the Order. You may think he's you may think he's an arrogant bastard, but that's only because he's smarter than you, and like a less than able teenage girl, you find yourself not yet secure enough to move on past your inherent and powerful feelings of joyless jealousy and simply appreciate me for who I am. He's the one who writes these. So it's hilarious. He's writing his own thing. Oh good, you're actually reading these. I was beginning to wonder if I was wasting my time because you know how much I love wasting my time. Now, make me some tea, would you? Okay, that's good. Altair was born into the Assassin Brotherhood in the stronghold of Masayaf. His early life wasn't a happy one. His mother died during childbirth. Then when he was a young boy, his father was killed during the first siege of Masayaf. Only shortly thereafter, the assassin he died to save committed suicide in front of the 11-year-old Altair. With his parents gone, Altair looked to Al-Mu'in, and then the then mentor of the Order. As a father figure, Al-Mu'in recognized Altair's potential and took on his training personally. Altair reached rank of Master Assassin by the age of 25, an unheard of accomplishment. If there was an assassin book of record, there'd probably be a picture of this fella on the front. Altair was one of the best fighters in the Assassin's Order, with an arrogance to match. After this disastrous mission in 1191, which he broke the creed and very nearly let an apple of Eden fall into the Templar hands, Altair was sent back down to the novice rank and forced to begin again. As part of his rehabilitation, he was responsible for taking on the major players in the Templar Order at the time, including the Grand Master Robert D. Sable. Tragically, in the end, he was also forced to kill Al-Mu'in, who turned out to be both Templar and corrupted by the influence of the apple. After his mentor's death, Altair took control of the Order, turning it into the secret and world-spanning organization it is today. One of the things that made Altair such a deadly assassin was something we now call ecovision, kind of sixth sense inherited from the first civilization. It allows him to read his enemies and surroundings in a way that goes beyond what the human eye can see. Of course, you'll know more about that than me. I can't believe I just typed that, because it's in your blood, and that's part of why you're here. Well, let's be honest. You knew you weren't here because of my endearing affection of my warm and passionate cuddles. Ezio Auditore di Firenze was a master assassin during the Italian Renaissance, as well as being an inheritor to the mysterious ability of ecovision, and one of your ancestors. Ezio was something of a playboy in his teenage years, but his life changed in 1476 when his father and brother were arrested and executed for treason. Ezio tried to save them, but the evidence clearing their name mysteriously disappeared in the hands of a family friend. Instead, they were hanged as Ezio looked on. Ezio fled with his mother and sister to Monte Regioni, where he sought refuge with his uncle, Mario Auditore. While Ezio had originally intended to continue on and settle in Spain, Mario had other ideas. He was the leader of the Italian Assassin Brotherhood and spent the next several years training Ezio, convincing him to help fight the Templars responsible for the deaths of his father and brother. Ezio spent the next decade assassinating his way through the Templar ranks, eventually cornering the Templar Grand Master, Rodrigo Borgia, in Venice in 1487. Borgia got away, but Ezio was able to recover an apple of Eden and was formally inducted into the Assassin Order. After several setbacks over the next few years, Ezio traveled to Rome in 1499 to confront Rodrigo, who by then had become Pope Alexander VI. After defeating Rodrigo, but sparing his life, Ezio opened a hidden vault under the Sistine Chapel, where he discovered a message left by the first civilization, warning of a catastrophe that would threaten to wipe out humanity. Yeah, that would be the one we're facing right now. Over the next 20 years or so, Ezio worked at strengthening the Italian Assassin Brotherhood and fighting the Templars, which is sort of what we do. One of his greatest accomplishments would be discovering a hidden library belonging to Altair, hidden under the former assassin stronghold of Masaya, and containing another message from the first civilization. He retired from the Brotherhood shortly thereafter, which is what we call ending on a high note. He was terrific at jumping, too. Ezio died in Florence in 24. He's terrific at jumping, too, okay.
Evening, sir.
How are things?
Calm and quiet, just the way I like it. What brings you topside?
Thought I'd wander a bit, stretch my legs, that's all.
Take care where you tread. The deck hides all manner of danger in the dark.
What was that? Someone's throwing cargo overboard. But why?
He's a shifty fella. Won't hardly take his hat off.
He's cut our rations again. Claims we're not provisioned for such luxuries.
It's not right that you should feast on lamb and wine. We're stuck with tinned fish and biscuits.
Curious. Most curious.
I wonder if they're leaving kind of like a breadcrumb trail for pirates.
Any news?
Each night it's the same. I scout one area, and they drop the painted barrels from another. I'm going to need to recruit an extra pair of eyes. Maybe James or Mills.
Why are they doing this?
Near as I can tell, the barrels serve as markers. They're leaving a trail. My fear is it's only a matter of time before whoever's following it.
Ship sighted aft! She's making ready to fire!
Beat to quarters, men! Ready the... Brace! Everybody down! A warning shot! Seems they don't mean to sink us, but board us instead! Man the cannons! Make ready to fight! I want you below decks!
Why? Let me help you secure the ship.
Do you know how to rig a sail? To load a cannon? To wage war at sea? I didn't think so. Now return to your cabin, or do I need to have you escorted? Secure the hatch!
Haytham.
Have you been topside? A ship's appeared and means to board us. It's strange. There's no sign of mutiny aboard. Doesn't make sense.
Ah, but it does.
What do you mean?
Did you think you could escape from London so easily after what you did at the opera? That we wouldn't notice? That we wouldn't follow?
Ah. So that's what this is about.
Surrender, and I will see that you are treated with honor.
If you wish to treat me with honor, give me a sword.
Are you sure this is how you want to play it?
Oh, it's like that. You've been disarmed. Fool.
I told you to stay below decks.
I did as you asked. Only Mills was there waiting for me. He's the one that drew that ship here. There was no mutiny, only him.
What do they want?
Me.
Then they can have you.
Is that so?
They'll catch us anyway. There's nothing to be done.
I can think of something.
You wish us to sail into the storm?
It's our only chance.
I won't do it.
Then I will.
All right. All right. We need those ropes secured! I told you this was madness.
Calm yourself. I'll fix your sail for you.
Okay. Oh god, this just gets me so excited for Black Flag. Honestly.
Take the foremast! James! To the mainmast with you!
What do you want me to do? You want me to, like, climb it?
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Alrighty. So we lost our pursuers.
Make ready for our arrival, men!
Arrival? I see no land, only this interminable fog.
The gulls tell us all we need to know. Climb into the crow's nest and you'll see. Let it. The Boston journey to the new world. Oh, and we got some money. I believe those are pounds. Boston, 1754.
Master Kenway! Master Kenway!
Yes, may I help you?
Charles Lee, sir. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I've been asked to introduce you to the city, help you settle it. Oh, no need, sir. I've arranged for your bags to be delivered to the inn.
Are you by any chance John and Isabella's son?
Charles Lee was a British soldier who went on to be a major figure in the Revolutionary War. Lee's father was a colonel in the British Army and started his son off in a military career early. He was sent to a military academy in Switzerland during his formative years, and then in 1746, Lee became ensign in his father's regiment. Lee was sent to the colonies in 1755 to fight in the French and Indian War. He served under Edward Bardock, and then later at Fort Ticonderoga, where he was injured in the fighting. He recovered and later fought at Fort Niagara. I'd always thought there was a lot of fort fights fought. He finished his time in the colonies with the British conquest of Montreal. He returned to England 1760, possibly because he was seeking career advancement. He was named a major in 1761 and was sent to fight the Spanish in Portugal. Though his service record there was good, Lee didn't receive praise on his return home. In fact, he was retired from the army at half pay. After that, Lee became a vocal critic of military higher-ups and the British Prime Minister, and found that his military career had inexplicably completely stalled.
One and the same.
Your commission is with Edward Braddock, is it not?
Aye. But he's yet to reach America, and I figured I might... Well, at least until he arrives, I thought.
Yes? Out with it.
Forgive me, sir. I had hoped that I might study under you. If I am to serve the Order, I can imagine no better mentor than yourself.
Kind of you to say, but I think you overestimate me.
Impossible, sir. This way.
Thief! Someone stop him!
Boston's quite a lively city.
There's all manner of things to see and do. Once you've settled in, I suggest you take some time to walk the streets. Who knows what opportunities you might discover.
Hold a moment. Need to fetch a few things before we get to work.
I'll arrange for horses while you do that.
British regulars were the foot soldiers of the British Army. You'll also hear them referred to dervishly as redcoats because of the redcoats they wear as part of their uniforms. I'll bet you didn't see that coming. Or lobsterbacks because of their huge deadly pincers. Or still because of the red coating thing. I can't remember which. Regulars in the colonies were notorious underpaid, and many looked for work outside of their army duties to make ends meet. Of course, their room and board was paid by the government, meaning they could charge lower than average rates for their work. Since unemployment was high in Boston before the Revolution, you can imagine this made the redcoats rather unpopular among people. They were taking work from that and their huge deadly pincers. Faneuil Hall. Don't let the French spelling confuse you. The name of this building is pronounced Faneuil or Faneuil. Getting it wrong is a good way to indicate you're not from around here, but it's also a great way of proving you're not French, which in my experience is a real boon. Also, if you want to pass as a local, you should take a good look at the weather vane. It's a Boston landmark. Legend has it that in the War of 1812, suspected spies were asked what was on top of the Faneuil Hall. Only a true local would be able to say it was a grasshopper. The building was named after Peter Faneuil, the local merchant who paid to build it. It was meant as a place for local farmers to sell their goods, so their carts would stop crowding the streets, and also so you didn't have to walk near farmers. However, it's the meeting hall of the second floor which gave the building its nickname, the Cradle of Liberty. That's rather ostentatious, idea, and dare I say American, as a nickname, but it's not inaccurate. People met there to protest the Stamp Act. The first anti-tea tax meeting were also held there. Anti-British meetings occasionally drew crowds so large the building couldn't even hold them, at which point they all went to the Old South Meeting Hall. During the siege of Boston, the meetings hall here was made over into a theater, since plays of any kind were banned in Boston under ordinary circumstances. Something I think should be a law, actually. This is yet another example of the British loyalists sticking it to the rebels.
The Boston Country Journal. 1 penny goes a long way.
You have my everlasting gratitude, sir.
Committees of the correspondence. Since the American Revolution happened in the dark days, before there was an internet, even before telephones, organizing colonial opposition to the British was a little tricky. I don't want to make you cry, but these clowns didn't even have dial-up. The solution was to send out riders bearing letters to inform colonists in the other areas what was going on. These became known as committees of correspondence, correspondence being a fancy name for letters. If you did not know this, I am amazed you have even read this far. Actually, I'm amazed you even can read this far. Samuel Adams created one of the first committees of correspondence in Boston in 1772. In particular, he wanted to keep people outside of Boston informed about town meetings so that the governor couldn't invite only his friends to meetings. That would be less a meeting, more a dinner party. Perhaps, unsurprisingly, Adams' committee worked so hard that everyone started doing it. Eventually, all the colonies had their own committees focused on presenting a united front against British imposed taxes and supporting boycotts on British goods. Really, Adams should have patented the idea. He could have made a fortune.
Only 1 penny. The Boston Country Journal.
Two. Three. Where's the last one? Old Meeting House. The bells in this church rang out in the hours leading up to the Boston Massacre, as crowds were gathered to taunt soldiers in front of the State House in Boston. At the time, church bells were rung when there was a fire, so people ran into the streets to see what was happening. That swelled the crowd, making tension between the people and the British soldiers much worse. It ended up, of course, with the soldiers firing into the crowd, killing 5 people. And this concludes our lesson of how church bells could be used to incite riots in colonial America. You got £500 for that. Old State House. This building housed the Massachusetts government from 1732 to 1798. For the Revolution, that would have meant the governor, his advisors, and the elected assembly, of course. By elected, I mean elected by white male property owners, since they were the only people that had the right to vote. The assembly also had rather limited power. The governor had a veto over anything they decided, and on occasion dissolved the assembly when they didn't vote his way. Less a governor, more a dictator. In 1767, a gallery was installed above the meeting floor, here so that general public could watch their legislature at work. This was a very novel idea at the time. Of course, some of the representatives probably regretted the decision later, when crowds used the area to heckle those who voted pro-British. Then again, perhaps that was the point all along. The government moved out of the building to a bigger space in 1798. The old building was turned over to merchants, including wine sellers and wig makers, making it the colonial equivalent of a shopping mall, though one that mainly dealt in wine and wigs. Read this right now. This was one of the meeting places of the Sons of Liberty. The attraction of this particular tavern may have been the library, which included anti-British books, or it might have been its reputation as the finest pawnshop house in Boston, or it might even have been its location, which is right down the street from the old State House, where the legislature met, and where the Boston Massacre occurred, or it might even have been Darts Night. While I'd love to use the fact that the Patriots met in taverns to imply all kinds of things about them, I should point out that the tavern were places to do business as well as drink, and that alcohol was viewed as more or less the cure for all ills. You've waited for a punchline, but that's actually true. Those are the kind of doctors orders I crave.
Get back here with that, you rogue!
I forgot in this game there was a lot of this. Where did that guy go? He got away. Oh well. This game had a more alive atmosphere, I guess, where like things would happen.
Damn sprigs. This accursed city will be the death of me.
You seem troubled, friend.
That's because I am. Greatly so, in fact.
What's happened?
I was robbed. The old Balkan file. Though I've managed to restore what's mine, I fear it's ruined.
You mean the book?
This is no ordinary book. It's an almanac. The first I ever wrote. Benjamin Franklin, pleased to meet you.
Hatham Kenway.
You must be new to Boston.
Why do you say that?
You're still possessed of virtue. To stop and help an old lout like myself. I don't mean to impose, but you seem a spry fellow. Should you happen to find my missing pages, I'll reward you.
Look, I'm not sure if I've...
It's all right, all right. If you have the time, hurrah! If not, no harm done. The thing is useless in its current state anyway. But should you somehow manage to restore it, you'll find me inside that general store over there.
Well, that was interesting.
Select almanac, 4 pages. Is it on the map though?
Hear all! The Crown fosters advanced knowledge in the colonies. By
Doing well, spend time with my parents, that's how you doing. Doing pretty good, man. Alright. They went pretty smooth. Got home pretty early, did a little bit of grinding.
Yes, sir. Yeah, come in.
On Destiny, and now we're doing this. What am I hearing about it? I'll buy that, sure. A normal sword. A flintlock pistol. I can now go pew pew. Well, more like pew. Reload for like 10 minutes then pew. horse whistle. Add weapons, tools to quick inventory. Yeah, that's fine.
By royal charter, King's College has been created in New York Colony. Please know that the representative...
We ride for the Green Dragon Tavern. The proprietors are eccentric, but the rooms are spacious and they do not pry.
Have you been told why it is I've come to Boston?
No, Master Birch said I should know only as much as you saw fit to share. He sent me a list of names and bade me ensure you could find them.
And have you had any luck with that?
Aye. William Johnson waits for us at the Green Dragon.
How well do you know him?
Not well, but he saw the order's mark and did not hesitate to come.
Prove yourself loyal to our cause. And you may yet know our plans as well.
I should like nothing more, sir.
AC3 is so good. I actually did not like this one out of all the franchises. Like, there was a lot of good things about it. The story never grabbed me for some reason. The remastered edition, I'll say, looks really good. Like, pretty looking game. Blasphemous. Tavern, Green Dragon Tavern. The tavern is sometimes called the headquarters of the revolution. Though I imagine when it is, they pronounced it headquartesh of the revolution. Revolution. Because overthrowing the government is a pub, and a pub is thirsty work. It was a popular place for people like Paul Revere and Samuel Adams to sit with their friends and plot. Up until 1754, the tavern was owned by William Douglas. When he died, his property was left to his daughter, Catherine Kerr, and his nephew, Cornelius Douglas. They divided their inheritance equally, and it seemed got along famously. The Freemasons bought the tavern in 1766 and renamed it the Freemasons' Arms, which didn't actually stick because the sign above the door was still a green dragon. Freemasons, the secret society everyone knows about. Let's get a pub where we can meet in complete secret and no one will ever know. Brilliant. What shall we call it? How about the Freemasons' Arms? Legend has it that Paul Revere's rider was planned here, but that's unlikely. By 1774, Revere had been warned that the British were listening in on his meetings and had therefore stopped making super secret plans in public where anyone can hear them. Someone tell the Masons, you know where to find them. America. Oh. Alright. Oh, is that my page? Oh, right. They did this thing. That's where this started. That's like a common thing in all the Assassin's Creed games now, where it's like, there's some kind of collectible that you have to get, but it's not that simple. It's like, you have to chase it down while it like floats around. I forgot that this game is what started that trend.
You lying, cheating, no good son of a bitch.
Perhaps we've come at a bad time.
Oh, don't be foolish, dearies. Please, sit. Fancy something to eat? A drink, perhaps? Or is it a bed you require?
We've already let rooms here.
Oh, yes. Of course. Masters Lee and Kenway, was it? I'll have your bags brought up. Do you require anything further?
Only privacy.
This
I actually
way.
lost my appetite, man. He's a looker. That's for sure. Can't say if you're looking at her or away from her, but she's a looker.
Sir, William Johnson.
A pleasure. A good lad, if a bit earnest. I'm told you're putting together an expedition.
We believe there's a precursor site in the region. I require your knowledge of the land and its people to find it.
Sadly, my research has been stolen. Without it, I'm of no use to you.
Then we'll find it. Do you have any leads?
My associate, Thomas Hickey, has been making the rounds. He's quite good at loosening tongues.
Well, tell me where I can find him. I'll see if I can't speed things up.
We've heard rumors of bandits operating from a compound southwest of here. You'll likely find him there.
Charles?
Sir.
We'd best be off.
Of course.
William Johnson was a land speculator and Britain's principal treaty negotiator with the indigenous people in the northern part of the colonies, particularly the Iroquois. Johnson was born in Ireland, but moved to the colonies in 1738 to look after his uncle's property on the Mohawk River. However, it wasn't long before Johnson branched out into the business for himself, acquiring property on the opposite side of the river and setting up a sawmill and trading post, which he named Mount Johnson. This guy really liked his name. Which, to be honest, always sounds like mating instructions from a caveman. In 1743, he moved to an even larger parcel of land, which he named Fort Johnson. He may have been an excellent businessman, but it's possible he lacked an imagination. Johnson befriended the indigenous people in the area, particularly the Kanien'kehá:ka, whose language he learned. His respect for their customs helped him rise to prominence as a liaison between the Iroquois people and the British government. Johnson was named Superintendent of Indian Affairs in 1756 as a contact who knows the land and its people. He's probably the best you'll find. Okay. Thomas Hickory was an Irish-born member. A lot of Irish people in this game, by the way. Thomas Hickory was an Irish-born member of the British Army. He arrived in Boston in 1752, but it wasn't long before he was assigned to William Johnson's personal guard, apparently at Johnson's request, possibly because their families were connected in Ireland, or maybe he found the name Hickey funny. The record isn't clear. Hickey served under Johnson during the French and Indian War, but then he left the army after being written up several times for disorderly conduct. After 1760, Hickey disappeared from the historical records for several years. I do, however, have several mentions in William Johnson's household accounts of payments made to T.H. It's possible Hickey was working for him as a spy. If so, he should really have developed some tougher code to crack.
Thomas Hickey?
Who's asking?
Haytham Kenway.
Is that supposed to mean something?
Show some respect, boy. Peace, Charles. William Johnson sent us in the hopes we might expedite your search.
We don't need no expediting. Don't need none of your fancy London speak neither. I found the men that done the theft.
Then why are you just lazing around?
figuring out how to deal with those varlets.
I have an idea.
Well, let's hear it.
I'll kill the lookout, take up a position behind the guards. You two approach from the front. When I open fire on the group, you charge in. We'll have the element of surprise on our side. Half will fall before they've even realized what's happened. Get into position.
Oh, nobody hear
Wait for
that.
me to take the first shot.
That's not what I want. Go away. Aha! That's what I want.
You two, clear off.
What? No.
Go on now, or you make us mad.
So much for the element of surprise.
Wait, wait, wait. God damn it. Wait, did I do this wrong? I feel like I did this wrong. Hold on. Reload last checkpoint.
Go on now, or you make us mad.
So much for the element of surprise.
Something's off here. Maybe they want me to go under the bridge?
You two, clear off.
Man, the reload on these things was terrible.
So much for the element of surprise.
I'm not sure what they want me to do.
Use those spare muskets and you won't have to reload.
What do they want me to do? Hold on. Right. Now it wants me to go over there, but like, how do I get there without aggroing everybody? Because the second I step between that bridge or get close enough, everything aggroes. So like... Is this maybe what they want me to do? No, the second I even go close to this place, I'm immediately alerting everybody. This seems weird. Maybe I am supposed to fight everybody off. But I feel like there should be a safer way to do that.
Clear off. You two, clear off.
Then it tells me to go... You'll never catch me. Shoot him! Shoot him! Ah!
Fall back! Fall back! We'll be safe inside!
What now?
We can blow the door with those. Go on, shoot them.
Yeah, maybe that's supposed to happen. I don't know, that was kind of weird, 'cause it's like... It would always happen regardless.
On with the show then. Guess they wasn't so safe inside after all. Lay down your weapons, and I'll consider letting you live.
I make you the same offer. We've no quarrel. I only wish to return this chest to its rightful owner.
Nothing rightful about Mr. Johnson.
I won't ask again.
Agreed.
Your kind has no need for books and maps. Who put you up to this?
Never seen a person. It's always been dead drops and letters. But they always pay, so we do the jobs.
Well, those days are done. Tell your masters I said as much.
Who should I say you are?
You don't? They'll know.
Atham, this one's got some shot on him. You might want to be grabbing it on account of your pistol being parched.
A shame so many had to die.
Aye. Terrible tragedy, that. Back to the Green Dragon, then. I need a drink. Careful, Jen. We've company.
Don't let go of the chest, Charles. We'll take care of this rabble.
Wait, them bodies is sure to have loot on them. Would be a shame to let it all go to waste.
Are you mad? In case you've forgotten.
Okay. So far, so good. Hopefully there's a couple more people for us to shoot. But I would like to get the optional done too. I always try to go for 100% synchronization if possible. Not the goddamn code.
Running around all over the shop.
There we go. Oh, I'm really bad. Controllers. Wait, you didn't die.
Come on now. It's just a few fools with knives. They ain't so tough.
It's not the scoundrels I'm concerned with.
A little help, please. Stop them, Thomas!
Jeffy, Bob.
Oh, you son of a gun. Freaking reloading, so annoying. Oh, that's annoying.
That seems to be the
Johnson's gonna need to double my pay after all this if he expects me to keep at his side.
There you are.
My thanks, Master Kenway. Now, tell me what it is you need.
The images on this amulet, are they familiar to you? Perhaps one of the tribes has shown you something similar.
It appears Kanyan Gahaga in origin.
Can you trace it to a specific location? I need to know where it came from.
With my research returned, perhaps. Let me see what I can do. Thomas!
What?
Rent yourself a room. And a bath as well. I suspect we'll be here for a while.
Johnson's errand. Success! Full synchronization.
Tell me about yourself, William.
What's to tell? I was born in Ireland to Catholic parents, which I learnt early in life severely limited my opportunities. So I converted to Protestantism and journeyed here at the behest of my uncle. But I fear my uncle Peter was not the swiftest of men. He sought to open trade with the Kanyan Gahaga, but chose to build his settlement away from the trade routes instead of on them. I tried to reason with the man, but as I said, not the swiftest. So, I took what little money I'd earned and bought my own little plot of land. I built a home, a farm, a store, and a mill. Humble beginnings, but well situated, which made all the difference.
So this is how you came to know the Mohawk?
Indeed, and it has proved a valuable relationship.
But still no mention from your contacts of the precursor site? No hidden temple or ancient constructs?
Yes and no. Which is to say, they have their fair share of sacred sites. Earthen mounds, forest clearings, hidden caves, but nothing matching what you describe. No strange metals, no odd glows.
It is well hidden.
Even to them, it seems. But cheer up, my friend. You'll have your precursor treasure. I swear it.
To our success, then.
And soon.
Okay.
Evening, gentlemen.
Charming.
Oh, peace, Charles. He'll grow on you.
Oi! Catherine, you fussock! Get back here! Daddy needs a drink.
How fares the search?
Maths and maps are not cutting it.
What of your local contacts?
We'll need to earn their trust before they'll share what they know.
I have an idea on how we might be affecting that. There's a man who's taken to enslaving natives. Rescue them, and they'll owe us.
Do you know where they're being
He
held?
is rightfully
Afraid
drunk.
not.
Benjamin Churchwill. He's a finder and a fixer. He's also on your list.
And there I was, wondering whom I might solicit next. Well done. Any news?
Whispers of things. Nothing solid at the moment. I know you're looking for word of anything out of the ordinary. Dealing with temples and spirits and ancient times and whatnot. But, so far, can't say my boys have heard much.
No trinkets or artifacts being moved through your... shadow market?
Nothing new. Couple of ill-gotten weapons, some jewelry likely lifted from a living thing. But you said to listen for talk of glows and and strange sights, right? And I ain't heard nothing about that.
Keep at it.
Oh, I will. You done me a great service, mister. And I fully intend to repay my debt. Thricefold, if it pleases.
Thank you, Thomas.
Place to sleep and meal to eat is thanks enough. Don't you worry. I'll get you sorted soon.
I like that they also added this in this game, where there was like actual dialogue conversation.
This business with Silas confuses me. If Britain stands any chance of pushing back the French, they must ally with the natives, not enslave them.
Silas is loyal only to his purse. That his actions harm the crown is irrelevant. So long as there are buyers for his product, he'll continue to procure it.
All the more reason to stop him, then.
My days are spent in Congress with the locals, attempting to convince them that we're the ones they should trust. That the French are merely using them as tools, to be abandoned once they've won.
Your words must lose their strength when held against the reality of Silas' actions.
I've tried to explain that he does not represent us. But he wears the red coat. He commands a fort. I must appear to them either a liar or a fool. Likely both.
Take heart, brother. When we deliver them his head, they'll know your words were true. Do you like it here, Charles?
There's a certain charm to Boston, I suppose. To all of the colonies, really. Granted, their cities have none of London's sophistication or splendor, but the people are earnest and hardworking. They've a pioneer spirit I find compelling.
It's quite something, really, watching a place that's finally found its feet.
Has it, though? The French still wage war from up north, and I fear the Spanish have designs upon this place as well. Is this a new world, or just another battlefield?
Ah, that's a story old as time itself, and one that's not like to change. We're cruel and desperate creatures, set in our conquering ways. The Saxons and the Franks, the Ottomans and Safavids. I could go on for hours. The whole of human history is but a series of conflicts and subjugations. A desire for more and more and more.
I pray one day we rise above it.
Whilst you pray, I'll act. We'll see who finds success first,
It was an expression.
Aye, and a dangerous one. Words have power. Wield them wisely.
Jeez, harsh.
I've some work I should finish. Let us speak later.
Should not be much longer.
When I know something, you'll know something.
Okay, so that's done. Church residence. This house was built in 1707 by a prominent local merchant named Robert Calf. Benjamin Church brought it from his heirs to us to use as a Boston residence. Church practice is on Newbury Street, a fairly short walk away, so the house was an ideal location. It's also in a nice part of town. Even in colonial Boston, two-story houses with fenced-in gardens don't come cheap, and they don't even get cable. Actually, given the location, it seems that Church's practice was doing very well indeed. That or he had another source of revenue. How do I... No. Oh, there we go. Okay. 'Cause, 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 I'm debating on whether or not... Yeah, let's leave it in. Because we have emails and we have stuff to talk to the people here. Rebecca Crane. Patch notes. Hey, I had a little bit of downtime while you were gone, so I figured I'd do what I could to upgrade the operating system. It's actually been ready for a little while now, but with the Animus in safe mode, I wasn't about to try an installation. Things I did. Actually, it should be we, since I had a few things in other cells chipped in. Modifications to the targeting system, you should be able to move in and out of combat more easily. Free run improvements, you're less likely to jump at the wrong time in the wrong direction. Only one input for interacting with the world. No more choosing between parts of your ancestor's body. You can assassinate while moving now. Definitely try it out ASAP. You can pick up weapons on the go as well. We implemented a weather system, rain, snow, wind. It's all there. Animals. Enough said. Faster, fast travel. Just open your map and you can instantly travel to any unlocked fast travel station. Revamp the map. It now provides lots of additional information and you'll get more control over what it shows. There's a ton of other stuff, but your dad's yelling at me, so get back to work, and so I better wrap this up. I'll hit you up on the other side as you come across new features. Sean Hastings. First of all, welcome back. It's good to see you fully recovered. Can't imagine what it's like for you, trapped in there. If you ever want to chat about it, just let me know. Anyway, you'll find the database essentially unchanged aside from a few cosmetic upgrades. As before, you'll receive a notification when I've added a new entry. I'll also let you know if any of the entries are updated, as is often the case when dealing with these conspiratorial ancestors of yours. William Miles. I know it's easy to get distracted while inside the Animus, but I'm hoping everyone can stay focused here. We need to find that key as soon as possible. Also, do not go exploring the temple without first clearing it with me. And carry your headset with you at all times. Can't afford to lose anyone because curiosity got the better of them. We're short-handed as it is. Balls, says Sean Hastings. We've got a visitor down here. It's Juno. She's been appearing every now and then, sort of flits through the air, reminds us to guard you well. Find the key, blah blah, and the poof disappears. At first we thought it was just another holographic recording, but then your father called her some rather choice words and she glared at him. Honest swiveled those eyes in his direction and frowned. Freaked me out. I don't know if she's reaching out to us from the past, if some part of her is actually still conscious, or maybe she's inside the apple like some evil genie. Whatever it is, give us the creeps. It gives us a creep. On that note, happy Halloween. Hytham's amulet. Though I suppose Hytham's amulet is technically a piece of Eden, it's not particularly exciting. It functions as a key, and well, that's about it. I know. We're all used to these things being incredibly powerful and thus rather dangerous, but this one is neither. It is weird. I'm disappointed. That said, I'm still critical to our mission, so I suppose that counts for something.
What are you working on?
Lots of different stuff. If you're going into the field, we need a way to keep tabs on you and stay in touch. Hacking into local security systems won't cut it.
Thanks.
For what?
I don't know. Everything. You've sacrificed a lot for me. You and Sean both. I mean, you upgraded the Animus, you helped train me, pulled me out of that coma. You put all that work into the database and helped me solve Clay's puzzles. I know I haven't been the easiest person to work with, and I'm sorry for that. I just want you to know that even if I'm shitty at showing it, I appreciate everything you've done.
You really think we'll finally get some answers down here?
Maybe. Talking to the First Civ has always been a pain in the ass, though.
Imagine what it must be like for them.
What do you mean?
They've been separated from us by tens of thousands of years. A completely different language and culture. Possessed of an intelligence vastly superior to our own. We're lucky they've much as they have.
I don't know why they had to make this all so complicated. I mean, if they need something from me, they should just come out and say it.
I've been wondering about that myself. I get the sense Juno and Minerva didn't exactly see eye to eye. I'm studying everything I can get my hands on, but maybe you'll find something down here that can shed light on the mystery. What happened between them, and why?
What do you think's behind that door?
No idea.
Do you think it can save us?
The first Civ seemed to think so.
What if it's dangerous?
It's not like we have a lot of alternatives.
Well, we could... I don't know, warn the president?
And what's he gonna do? Who's to say he isn't in bed with Abstergo? Seems everyone is these days.
What if we went to them? To Abstergo, I mean.
I thought about it, actually. Showing them what we've seen, trying to work together. They must know so much more than we do, but...
What is it?
It's possible they know exactly what's going to happen. That they want it to happen. I mean, for all we know, they're hiding out in bunkers right now, waiting for the world to end. And then, when it's all over, out they come. Ready to take control.
God, I hope you're wrong.
So do I, Rebecca. So do I.
Alright, I should be getting back to work. Sorry, Desmond. A little busy right now. Let's talk later.
Okay, so exhausted her dialogue. Where's Sean?
Yes?
Just thought I'd, say hi.
You have more important things to do right now.
Oh, Sean's up there.
Jesus, Dad.
What? What do you want me to say?
I don't know. Hi, son. How are you? What have you been up to?
I know what you've been up to. Nothing. You wasted away in some shitty apartment with a pointless job, while the rest of us were out there fighting to make a difference.
You are such an asshole. Oh, you thinking about hitting me again? Because this time, I will hit back.
Yeah.
Let's just get back to work, okay? Stop wasting time.
What a douche.
Would you look at that?
What is it?
If I had to guess, I would say it's a counter. And judging from the iconography, I think it's safe to say when that's emptied, the end begins. Honest answer, please, Desmond. Do you think we're getting out of this alive?
I don't know. I mean, it's a pretty tall order. If the first Civ couldn't save the world, how the hell are we supposed to swing it?
We have some time.
We have less than 2 months. They had decades and a lot more resources. And the worst part is we knew this was coming for, what, hundreds of years?
History repeats, it seems. The first Civ was so busy with their war against us, no one even noticed what was happening. We get advance warning and then fall to fighting with the Templars. Lovely.
Hopefully, whatever's behind that door will make a difference.
And if it doesn't, well, at least we tried. Back to work I go. You should consider doing the same.
Okay. Caught up on dialogue here. It's funny because this looks like an animus, almost. Not sure what this is supposed to be, but... Alright, let's continue. It's the surgeon.
Wonderful.
Charles? Sir? Seems like we're not the only ones looking for Mr. Church.
Damn it, he could be anywhere. What do we do?
We find him. Come. I'll show you how.
The orange marks people who should not be killed. Okay. Benjamin Church was a talented physician and essentially the first Surgeon General of the U.S. Army. Church was born in Rhode Island and graduated from Harvard University in 1754. So you're meeting him here just out of college. He'll be appointed head of the medical wing of the Continental Army in 1775. But for God's sake, don't tell him. It'll go straight to his head. Church goes on to become a vocal patriot, which makes him sound like a member of a weird barbershop quartet, but he was a member of the Sons of Liberty, and his local committee of correspondence. He'll even speak at the 3rd anniversary of the Boston Massacre. He got a house in a very nice part of town. Being a doctor must pay well. Yeah, it kind of does.
If your joints excruciate, ears sanguinate, or feet distend and tumefy, you have but one new and miraculous ointment to turn to. Montgomery's Pure
Should we
Vitamin X.
write his family, do you think?
Not our business to meddle, even if we've the best of intentions.
But if you could have seen it, they were surely drunk carrying on like that, and during the day, no less.
Very suspicious. Once it's filled in... Okay. Between two civilians to blend in. Okay.
The Boston Country Journal, your favorite penny sheet.
Scandalous behavior from one who aims to be a surgeon. Not likely if he keeps up such carousing.
Truly a shameful display. Benjamin's parents would be mortified.
Perhaps I should send someone to retrieve him before he damages his reputation beyond repair.
They stumbled off to the northeast, no doubt in search of a tavern or some other place of ill repute.
Start questioning those on the street. I'm headed for higher ground.
Repair storm damage to the steeple. God blesses all beautiful cities.
New South Meeting House, another wooden church, this time with a bell in the steeple. Samuel Adams' father, also named Samuel Adams, was one of the founding members. I'm surprised it wasn't torn down for firewood during the siege, but I guess its members just hadn't angered the British enough for that. It's conveniently named so you won't mistake it for Old South Meeting House, where all the important events happen. Simply is best. I'm describing the naming system. I'm not describing you.
Time to take a listen. With luck, one of those people knows what became of Benjamin.
I've asked the criers, but they all plead ignorance. Bugger that! They're lying! Aye. Well, what can I do? Threats light off them and I'll not deign to grovel.
Actions speak louder than words, my friend. Arrest one and put him in stocks. See if he's so glib then.
To do so without cause will set them singing songs about us. Last thing the city needs is town criers complaining about our abuse of authority.
And forget it. The crime is done. The killer's gone. Those who know won't share their secrets. If the city wishes to harbor scoundrels, let them pay the price for it.
So he's dropped on a moving group of guards. 100% of success in all these drops. Okay, we can do it.
So he says to church that one way or another the debt would be settled. I don't envy the man. He's grim times ahead.
Well, what do you think they're planning?
All I know is it can't be good. Cutter was with him.
Probably looking for a nice, quiet place to do the deed. From what I hear tell, his work usually involves quite a bit of screaming.
Which reminds me, we'd best not buy any meat tomorrow.
Good call, that.
The esteemed craftsman Peter Witzel has contracted a demonstration of his latest looms at Walker and Associates.
I asked if I could help, and they waved me away. Insisted it was all under control.
How odd. Did they say what had happened?
No. Only that it was a trifling matter, and he'd be returned home soon. There was some blood, though, so I wonder if it wasn't more serious than they let on.
Where were they taking him?
Towards the hilltop. Perhaps there's a doctor at the fort.
Might as well get this. I will, relax. Doing that by accident? Gotta hit that.
See, Charles? We'll have church in no time, just as I said we would.
If I might ask, sir, where did you learn to do all this?
It is a requirement when you are raised in the manner that I was. Perception is fundamental to the Order. It guides the feet when running and climbing, informs the hands when striking and fighting.
Oh.
But most important, it transforms the senses, and we begin to know the world in a different way.
Oh, it's gonna hurt. Ow. Do I have any kind of healing? Nope. Oh, I just regenerated health. Okay. I mean, that could be a thing.
The news of our time today.
Hmm.
Be careful. The place is well guarded. You need to slip past them.
Slip past that. I guess from here would be our best shot.
Locked. I'll have to find the key. Wait here.
Yeah, I gotta kill that guy. If I don't kill him, he's gonna reveal my location. He's gonna see me. Okay, maybe not. Oh, that's not cool. Go back to the last checkpoint. Okay. Yeah, that's what I want. By the way, let me loot him. I need some ammo. Ah. Now, what is this? Hail and don't kill.
Here we are then.
Why must you always make these things so difficult, Benjamin? Merely provide me with recompense, and all shall be forgiven.
I'll not pay for protection I don't need.
Clearly, you do require protection. Else we wouldn't be here. How very gauche. Now, what shall we do about our guest?
Maybe I'll take his hands. Put an end to his surgery. Maybe I'll take his tongue. put an end to his waggling. Or maybe I'd take his cock. Put an end to his fucking us.
Jeez.
So many options. I can't possibly decide. Take all three.
Now, hold a moment. Perhaps I was hasty in refusing you earlier.
I'm so very sorry, Benjamin. But that door has closed.
Be reasonable, Silas.
I rather think I was. But you took advantage of my generosity. I won't be made a fool a second time. I fear I lack the constitution to bear witness to such barbarism. Come find me when you're finished, Cutter.
You'll regret this, Silas, do you hear me? I'll have your head!
No. I rather think you won't.
A little bit from here, a little bit from there. Make myself a nice keepsake, I will. You're absolutely mad.
Just like all good artists.
Maybe you'll get lucky and pass out. Though I dare say I'll do my best to ensure that doesn't happen. Hold still a minute. I gotta decide where to start.
Your parents must be so very proud to have... Who are you?
Hatham Kenway, at your service.
I don't understand. Why are you here?
Walk with me, Mr. Church, and all will be explained.
Full synchronization. Oh! That is just rude. I have a half a mind to just murder you all. There's another point here that's not seen. Let's do that. God damn it. To be close! Alright, this is there because now I've actually gotten some of his stuff. Let's see if it gives us some reward for the two that we have so far.
Hello again.
More almanac pages?
Well, not quite. It's a treatise, actually.
Oh? Concerning what?
The benefits of taking an older woman as a lover.
Really?
That's it.
This I'd like to hear.
First and most obvious, they're wiser. And so this makes for far more stimulating conversation. Makes other things more stimulating as well, but more on that in a moment.
All right. Your argument for experience makes some sense.
Second, when beauty fades, women must improve their utility, lest they be discarded and forgotten. Rare is an old woman who is not also kind, compassionate, and good.
That's something of a generalization.
But also true. Now, on to the third. Older women cannot conceive, which means one less thing over which to fret. In fact, you also decrease the chance of acquiring something like the French pox, its presence clearly visible, or the woman dead.
And should one desire a child?
Then make a young woman your wife. Let the older one be a mistress. And that brings me to my fourth point. With age comes prudence. An older woman is less likely to reveal your indiscretions.
Yes. I suppose you know quite a bit about that.
And proud of it, thank you. As to the fifth reason, because in every animal that walks upright, the deficiency of the fluids that fill the muscles appears first in the highest part. The face first grows lank and wrinkled, then the neck, then the breast and arms. The lower parts continuing to the last as plump as ever, so that covering all above with a basket, and regarding only what is below the girdle, it is impossible of two women to know an old from a young one. And as in the dark all cats are gray, the pleasure of corporal enjoyment with an old woman is at least equal and frequently superior, every knack being by practice capable of improvement.
You mad bastard.
Well, it's true, and believe me, I should know. I've sampled a great many. You should try one as well. Like a fine wine, they only improve with age. Although I suppose if left unattended too long, some have a tendency to sour. And that, my friend, is a most unpleasant experience. Better to work in a field often plowed, you know?
Is there more?
Indeed, indeed. The sixth is this. The sin is less. To take a maidenhead is a great responsibility. Mishandled, it can ruin lives. No such risk with an older woman. And this implies the seventh. Younger women are more given to compunction. Anxiety and unease are not present in the more aged and experienced. And as to the last of my reasons, well, it's really quite simple. Older women are so very grateful for the attention.
You make a compelling argument, Mr. Franklin. I might just have to run a few tests myself.
I highly recommend it.
Weird conversation, but okay.
I owe you a great thanks, by the way.
What for?
Speaking with me. You see, I have very few friends in Boston these days.
And what did you do to earn their ire?
Started with a cartoon I drew, suggesting unification. How else can we hope to withstand the French menace? I proposed something similar at the Albany conference as well, and it ruffled quite a few feathers. See, I've begun to wonder if Parliament best serves our interests. The colonies might be better off independent and autonomous. Most of my peers, however, haven't taken kindly to the suggestion.
Are things truly so bad under the Crown?
But you've answered your own question. Under. Why under? It should be side by side. Does France reside beneath Britain? Do the Italians, the Prussians, the Spanish? No. Sure, they may disagree from time to time, even come to blows, but they stand on equal ground. And we should as well.
Oh.
I owe you a great thanks, by the
I
way.
didn't realize that there was a
What for?
distance.
Speaking with me.
Conversation.
You see, I have very few friends in Boston these days.
And what did you do to earn their ire?
Started with a cartoon I drew, suggesting unification. How else can we hope to withstand the French menace? I proposed something similar at the Albany conference as well, and it ruffled quite a few feathers. See, I've begun to wonder if Parliament best serves our interests. The colonies might be better off independent and autonomous. Most of my peers, however, haven't taken kindly to the suggestion.
Are things truly so bad under the crown?
But you've answered your own question. Under. Why under? It should be side by side. Does France reside beneath Britain? Do the Italians? The Prussians? The Spanish? No. Sure, they may disagree from time to time, even come to blows, but they stand on equal ground. And we should as well.
Are the colonies not simply an extension of the kingdom, though? Another borough, if you will?
No, we are not. We've evolved into something else, something distinct.
I suppose it's only natural to desire parity. We leave behind our parents, our childhoods, our homes, and seek to find a place in the world. If it's true for a person, why not a nation?
Yes, yes, exactly.
Interesting.
Anyway, I've taken up enough of your time. Please, don't let me keep you from your work.
Pretty sure that kind of conversation is, dangerous.
Let us speak later, my friend.
Okay. What is this? Courier? I do want to find this stuff and complete it and see what we get out of that. Where do we dive? Oh, there.
Hour of their labor this Saturday as the schoolhouse is in
Okay. Go here. I guess we'll just continue. Assume that we'll find it as we slowly progress. Just do one more and we'll go to where we have to go. Old corner bookstores, apothecary shop at the moment, but in a few decades this building will be home to Tickner and Fields, the leading American publisher of their day. That might sound a bit dull, but this building will be at the center of American literature and thinking. Authors like Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, Nathaniel Hawthorne Harriet, Beecher Stowe, even Charles Dickens will all meet here. Of course, given the state of American education, it's possible you don't know who any of these people are. I could have said Minty Clitorio and Pippi Boom Boom, and you still have looked impressed. He's not wrong. A lot of people don't know these people. Like you're messing with me. Oh, that is a weird way of climbing. Okay. Mm-hmm. Let's go towards there. That was the earliest form of being able to go into houses. Nope, we're fine.
Johnson's told me what you intend. As it happens, the man who held me is the same one that you seek. His name is Silas Thatcher.
That fancy lad is our slaver?
Don't let his velvet tongue deceive you. A crueler and more vicious creature I've never known.
What can you tell me of his operation?
He hosts at least 100 men, more than half of whom are redcoats.
All this for some slaves?
Hardly. The man's a commander in the King's troop, in charge of the Southgate Fort.
We need to find a way inside. Let me think on it. In the meantime, I'll attend to our final recruit.
John Pitcairn's our man. I'll take you to him.
Feels like that glitched a bit here. Let's go do that first. It's weird. It's like that background music doesn't stop.
State your business.
New recruit.
More kindling for the pyre, eh? Well, go on then.
Like, I'm pretty sure it's not supposed to be playing right now.
How'd you manage that?
Did you forget, sir? My commission is with General Braddock.
John Pitcairn. In 1754, John Pitcairn was a young captain in the British Marine Corps. He fought in the French and Indian War, but I can't find much about his postings. His listings as being on the HMS Lancasters during the capture of Louisbourg, that's in Canada. No record of him being on the American side of the colonies, but it seems he did some covert work as well. That would explain the lack of details. Pitcairn was promoted to major in 1771 and gained a reputation for being well liked by his subordinates and praised by his enemies. That's a difficult trick to pull off. Maybe he had a lovely smile. Alright, we're gonna... That's just... honestly ruining it so bad.
Attending to you, of course.
I'm pretty sure that's not supposed to be going off right now, like that music. That's like a music from something else. Pretty sure it's like the music from like the
Pitcairn, you fool!
other stuff. So like,
Your
I don't know
acts
why
are
it's constantly
treacherous.
on.
Give me one good reason. I shouldn't kill you right now. Were you planning to announce yourself, or did you hope my men
Sir,
wouldn't notice your arrival?
if you'll allow me to explain.
Ho ho! By all means. I should like very much to hear this.
I have not deserted, sir. I am here under Commander Amherst's orders.
Show me a letter bearing his seal, and you might be spared the gallows.
I have no such thing. The nature of my work, sir,
It's the sort of thing best not put to paper.
Haytham.
General Braddock?
I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Wolves often travel in packs.
Master Pitcairn won't be here for but a few weeks. I shall return him to his proper post once our work is finished.
The devil's work, no doubt. It's bad enough my superiors have insisted I grant you use of Charles. But they've said nothing about this traitor. You'll not have him.
Edward, listen to reason.
We're done here. See these gentlemen out.
Well, that didn't go as I expected.
And to think I used to call him brother.
What now? Well, they'll chase us off if we try and return.
We're done with this camp. As luck would have it, so are they. Come along.
What are you planning?
To steal Master Pitcairn.
What?
You'll see. Now, when I give the signal, you're to distract Braddock's patrol and lure them into a dead end.
The French commander de Jumonville has been killed in a clash of royal...
Perhaps down Marlborough. One of Lynn or Ship Street.
Yes. Those fresh arrived are often soon in dire straits. they're more likely to seize upon an opportunity to fatten their purses and feed their young.
Several Vienna-based composers at St. Paul this coming Saturday. The Boston Weekly Advertiser.
Now!
That the mill on Bridge has been declared unsafe and should be...
Oi! You thieves and scoundrels, one and all! Fie on you and your false war!
After him!
He knows who he is. Why would this be... Okay.
Unhand him, Edward.
You again.
Let us go. And John Pitcairn with us.
I will not have my authority challenged.
Nor I.
Put them all in chains.
Oh, the snitch is called reinforcements? Let's go back. Oh, god damn it. Oh my god. It is really hard to switch targets. I still like used to the old combat style. There we go.
I stay my hand today because you were once my brother, and a better man than this. Or should our paths ever cross again, all debts will be forgotten. You're free now, John.
Traitor! Go on then. Join them on their fool's errand. And when you find yourself lying...
I assume you've good reason for causing all this madness. What is it you require of me?
I'll explain everything on the way.
Wait, I think the music fixed itself. We'll do like that. The music was a little loud. Yep, music fixed itself. Oh, that's good. Let's grab that and like connect to. Oh no, it's starting up again. The peddler. Oh yeah, I'm curious about what this is. Oh, it's like a trader. Smoke bombs. Interesting. Cartridge. Oh. Alright. Back to this. Still no sign of another almanac. Paul Revere's house. Paul Revere lived in this house with his family from 1770 until about 1800, with some notable exceptions, such as when he had to lie low because he'd warned the countryside of the British march on Lexington and Concord, what with the shortage of firewood in 1776 and the loyalists' insistence on getting back at anyone who defied them in the past. You'd think this wooden house might have been torn down too, but it wasn't. This might be because Revere left his eldest son, also named Paul, in town to watch over the estate. In any event, the building is still around today. One of Revere's descendants bought it in 1905 and turned it into a museum. It's now the oldest building in Boston. In fact, it was already 90 years old when Revere bought it. Colonial architecture is apparently superior to that of your average McMansion. That is not what I meant to do.
If I may, I was curious about your past with Braddock. You two clearly have a history.
Edward was one of us upon a time. I considered him a close friend. He was brave and bold in ways few men are. But everything changed at the siege of Bergen-op Zoom. We had lost the fortress to the French, and were in the midst of egress. There was a skiff hidden at the port with which we planned to make our escape. As we drew near, a young man and his family came upon us, begging for safe passage. I consented, but Edward refused. The young man called him Craven then. So Edward killed him and all the rest. Even the children. To this day, I don't know why. Was this the first time he'd struck out? Or had I simply never seen it before? Either way, things were never the same after that. We campaigned together a few more times, but each outing was more disturbing than the last. He killed and killed. Enemy or ally, civilian or soldier, guilty or innocent. It mattered not. If he perceived one to be an obstacle, they died. He maintained that violence was a more efficient solution. It became his mantra. And it broke my heart.
I had no idea.
He hides it well, and intimidates into silence any who discover him. Those who persist have a tendency to find misfortune.
And we should stop him.
I suppose you're right. But I maintain a foolish hope that he might yet be saved and brought back round to reason. I know. It's a silly thing to believe that one so drenched in death might suddenly change.
I'm sorry to have brought this up. It was not my intent to sour you.
Nonsense. We are brothers now. There should be no secrets between us.
I hope you and the General find a way to patch things up. Don't let me keep you, sir. I'm sure you have more important things to do.
Things are in the oven, so let's go around the table here.
Got no office to give at current. When I do, you'll be the first to hear it.
Okay, he's got nothing new.
So, a question for you. Why medicine?
I'm supposed to tell you I care for my fellow man, right? That I chose this path because it allows me to accomplish the greater good.
Are these things not true?
Perhaps, but that's not what guided me, no. For me, it was a less abstract thing. I like money.
Fair enough.
There are other paths to fortune.
But what better ware to peddle than life? Nothing else is as precious nor so desperately craved. And no price is too great for the man or woman who fears an abrupt and permanent end.
Your words are cruel, Benjamin.
But true as well.
You took an oath to help people, did you not?
I
abide the oath, which makes no mention of price. I merely require compensation. Fair compensation. For my services.
And if they lack the required funds?
Then there are others who will serve them. Does a baker grant free bread to a beggar? Does the tailor offer a dress to the woman who cannot afford to pay? No. Why should I?
You said it yourself. Nothing is more precious than life.
Indeed. All the more reason one should ensure they have the means to preserve it. I've some ledgers to review. Do you mind if we speak later?
I'll let you know as soon as I have something.
Okay. Charles.
Gentlemen,
What's next?
I believe I found the solution to our problem. Or rather, Odysseus has.
Oh, do you? Are you new guy?
The Greek hero, you lobcock.
Allow me to explain. We enter Silas' fort under the pretext of kinship. Once inside, we spring our trap, free the captives, and kill the slaver.
Dodgy, dodgy. I like it.
Then, let us begin. First, we need to find ourselves a convoy.
Well, I think we found the convoy.
Convoy should be here soon. We'll attack on my signal.
Understood, sir.
If we time this right, we can catch them all unawares.
The Mohawk Indians have responded favorably.
What the hell is this?
A thousand pardons, sirs. Seems we've had ourselves an unhappy little accident.
Get it sorted, and quickly.
Course, my lord. At once.
Charles, you and William serve as vanguard. Let no man reach us.
What about me?
You and John will follow from a distance and keep watch over us. I'll signal you when I have need of your services. We're here to help you, along with those held inside Southgate Fort.
Free me.
Not until we're inside the gate. I can't chance an inspection of the gate going wrong. I'll see you safe. You have my word. Do you know anything of Silas' operation? I mean,
French and Indian War. This is one of many wars in the long-standing British versus French rivalry. Well, you might call it a rivalry. I'd call it a battle of wits with an unarmed country. This particular war being over who would come out as the biggest colonial power, of course. It wasn't enough that the British and French fight one another, they convinced a number of North American indigenous nations to join the conflict as well. Hence the name French and Indian War. The war started in the colonies, but it spread to Europe, where it was known as the 7 Years' War. Before you pointed out, yes, I know the dates add up to more than 7 years. The conflict started in 1754, but war wasn't officially declared until 1756. But well done for spotting it, you mathlete. I bet you were popular at school. George Washington has the honor of starting the actual fighting under orders, of course. He was sent to create a fort in disputed territory. While he was doing that, he crossed paths with a French patrol. Washington attacked the French, and the French retaliated. The British followed up by sending 2 full regiments of regulars to the fight, and so it began. The British fought a losing battle until 1758, when they got a new prime minister who decided funding the war effort was a priority, possibly because the whole French thing. Maybe he ate a bad baguette once. With the added support, the British, along with their indigenous allies and the colonial militia, began to gain ground, slowly but surely. Eventually, the French were driven out on almost all their territory north of the Caribbean, something we in Britain celebrate with a special holiday called Every Day All Year. Okay. So the British won, but they were left with huge war debts. They tried to pay these off with taxes levied for the colonies they defended from the French, who would have had them all eating onions and saying, "Oi, sir, no, sir." Before you knew it, the colonists objected, leading up to a series of protests, which were part of the unrest that led to the American Revolution. Talk about gratitude. Zut. Allures.
And we might expect the nature of their defenses. You must be rather important to him if you were given your own escort.
Sir, we've enemies ahead. Shall I engage them?
No. Let Jonathan and Thomas take care of it.
As you wish.
I wish you'd trust us. Though I suppose it's only natural for you to be wary. So be it.
Halt! Identify yourselves! Where is Lieutenant Jones? What's the meaning of this?
Engage the enemy!
Goddamn dogs.
Let no man reach up!
Looks like you're to meet the Reaper.
Aha! Bringing fresh meat, eh?
On your guard,
Come here.
men.
I want to take a look before
Of course.
Only say the word, and I'll cut them down.
One moment there. Are you new? Who's your officer?
Engage the enemy!
Meet the Reaper.
All clear.
Hold!
Evening, gentlemen.
State your business.
Delivery for Silas.
Go on then.
See? I'm freeing you just as I said I would. Now, if you'll allow me to explain. Let her go.
But she'll give us away.
No, she won't.
What's the plan?
Free the captives and avoid detection.
What of Silas?
He dies.
Know when you're ready to strike.
So it wants me to perform stealth assessment from corner spot. Okay. Let's see.
Greetings. How fares the watch? Who have we got there?
What are you talking about?
Newly recruited. Prisoners.
Arrived from London just
Who are
last
they?
week.
Prisoners? There are no prisoners.
You
Stop
know who I mean.
slouching, soldier.
The fellas we caught.
I
They
said
do not
stop
exist.
Slouching.
Understood.
tell me what to do.
And
Good
if they
friend
did
of
exist,
Mr. Thatcher's.
we would not acknowledge them.
I see.
There are no
My
prisoners.
apologies.
Take care with your tongue. I'm afraid my... Certainly, sir.
Did that count? In the corner spot. Wait, that didn't count? How do I read them? Okay, give me 1 second. And I got my dinner. From a corner spot. I'm not sure what they're talking about.
Oi, fellas. Apologies for me tardiness. Cutter had me working late.
You know Cutter?
Well, who do you think got me this post? We're like brothers, me and him. Now, what's it Silas want us doing? We're here to rough up the prisoners? Relieve them of their finery? I hear some of them carry real silver. Wouldn't mind helping myself to a bit of it before we send them on their way.
No, keep clear of the merchandise. Don't speak of it either. We watch the gates and patrol the ground.
Understood, boss. I am yours to command.
Why is everything zoomed in right now?
Clearly going for the time. Too thin when it's cold, too heavy when it's hot.
I assume it's quiet here most days?
More fun than when they usually set. A nice change of pace from the campaigning back home.
Why do you think so many of us volunteered? Good pay, safe work, a chance to own some land.
The French would see an end to that.
I don't know. They seem content with it all. Sometimes I wonder if it's not we who provoke with our sorties and expeditions.
Ha! That's exactly what they want you to think.
Such a shame. The colonies are meant to be an opportunity.
Oh, come on. Actually, a little glad that happened because, like, something was off there with the camera angle and everything. For some reason that didn't count. I don't know. Whatever. Okay, I see it. That might be why. Because people saw this. That didn't count. I don't know what they want, man. That one doesn't make any sense.
Oi, fellas. Apologies for me tardiness. Cutter had me working late.
You know Cutter?
Well, who do you think got me this post? We're like brothers, me and him. Now, what's it Silas want us doing? We're to rough up the prisoners? Relieve them of their finery? I hear some of them carry real silver. Wouldn't mind helping myself to a bit of it before we send them on their way.
No.
An hour of quiet was all I asked. Instead, I'm awakened not 10 minutes later by this cacophonous madness. I expect an explanation, and it had best be good. How? How did this happen? My precious merchandise set free? It's unacceptable! Rest assured, I'll have the heads of those responsible, but first we clean up this mess! Seal the fort, kill any who try to escape. I don't care if they be one of us or one of them. To approach the gate is to be made a corpse. Am I understood?
Push them back!
Go on, Haytham. We'll hold back the guard while you deal with Silas.
What just happened here? Find and kill the general? Looks like they don't stop coming.
It's little wonder you were such a narc.
Benjamin! Glad to have you with us.
Stop the
I
interloper!
could use some help.
Kill the
I'll
intruders! All of them!
Back, you fighting heart.
Who are you?
Name's Haytham Kenway. You don't know me, but I believe the two of you are well acquainted.
I made a promise to you, Silas. One I intend to keep.
He didn't even wait for a response.
What happens now?
We wait. And not for very long, I suspect. It's been several
what's
weeks
up,
now
girl?
since we freed the Mohawk prisoners
So
from
I'm kind of
captivity.
munching right now.
I had hoped their leader might make contact, but there's been only silence. My men grow restless. They want to know what comes next, and I do not have an answer. Lee alone remains active, pursuing leads, however slight. He stalks the city streets and scouts the bordering woods, hopeful that he might make contact with one of those we saved. There was a woman there that night. It was she who helped the others to safety. If we can find her, I believe I'll have my answers. So, I watch and wait, hopeful that my true mission might finally begin.
Boston, 1755. It is now winter. Okay. Leave the ad. Let's go and talk to the people. See what they have to say. Also, I believe there's emails waiting for us. The Titans are coming. The Titans are coming. Wait, what? Bunch of sad faces from Sean. Good lord, Rebecca, with all the fixes and updates and improvements you supposedly put into this recent software revision, one would think that you would have had the decency to include a British English dictionary in the spell checker. Some of us prefer to use proper language when corresponding. The database keeps trying to replace the letter S with Z in certain words, and it's declared war on the letter U as well. Realize becomes realize. And color becomes color. Wrong, wrong, wrong. It's all rather ethnocentric, if you ask me. Also, quite against the principle of the Assassin Brotherhood. Last I checked, here, I thought we were meant to be an all-inclusive bunch. That's funny. It's cause he's English. No talky talk? Alright, I didn't want to talk to you anyway.
Clock's ticking, Desmond.
Well, fluffy too, Dad.
I'm working right now. All the visual clues are here, which means no time for chit-chat, okay? Sorry.
Good. I don't remember this being lit up before. So bright. I don't think it's time for this yet. Yeah. Not yet, I don't think. Anyway, back into the sequence. I guess that doesn't really start until Connors, I'm assuming. There's gonna be stuff I'm gonna be doing out here too. But I think that's all after we start Connors.
Hello, Charles. Any luck finding our mystery woman?
Word is she's been stirring up trouble just outside the city in a town called Lexington.
Well, then that's where we'll begin our search. I'll meet you there.
Okay. You know, it wouldn't hurt, I guess, to grab all these. Okay. With that one we got. We get that one. Okay. And down we go. For that one. That's an awkward one. Oh, it's Beacon Hill. Perhaps predictably, Beacon Hill gets its name because the Puritan settler placed a beacon on the hilltop. Beacon here essentially meant a bucket full of pitch hanging from a pole. The idea being it could be lit to warn the countryside if the town was attacked. Simple, effective, and never actually used. The hill is shorter today than it used to be. The top of it was carted off to fill in Mill Pond. This had the advantage of making the hilltop easier to build on and creating more land on at Mill Pond. A 2-for-1 deal for developers. Beacon Hill became the place to live in Boston after the new Massachusetts State House opened here. In 1790, developers created upscale housing on the south side of the hill, which overlooks the Boston Commons. The north side of the hill had been settled earlier and was much less posh, sometimes going by the evocative nickname of Mount Whoredom. What a magical address. George Washington, ever the politician, referred to it in one of his letters as Mount Whoredom. Though that sounds more like an instruction than a place. Wow. That wasn't what I wanted to do. That's... okay. That was really dumb. Okay, so we got that one. I think one more after this, and then we'll continue. Printer shop. Printing presses were originally brought to America to print religious texts, but by the time of the Revolutionary War, they were also used for things like newspaper, pamphlets, and broadsheets. Think of it as the colonial internet. About the same speed as dial-up, unlike word of mouth, newspapers' articles could spread news, events from colony to colony quickly, without any loss of information. But that doesn't mean it was unbiased. Far from it. Presses were commonly used to print propaganda, every newspaper had its slant. Thank goodness that doesn't happen nowadays. Anyway, part of what made the Boston Massacre such a turning point were reprints of Paul Revere's Woodcut. It showed organized British soldiers in full formation firing point blank at an innocent crowd, a shocking image which enraged the people and fueled their hatred of the British. Completely made up, of course, but what did that matter? The public was there to be manipulated. Actually, I bet you could use these places to print some propaganda of your own. If the soldiers are getting too unfriendly, a little reminder that you're a hero of the people might help. Okay. Ah. Alright, with that all done, we can just fast travel here, honestly. Going to the frontier. Give me 1 second, guys. Just gonna go check that something.
back! You return to Braddock, Charles, before he grows suspicious. I can handle things from here.
But sir!
But nothing. Go! Stop running! I only wish to talk! I am not your enemy! Please just hear me out! Gods, woman! Only let me speak! You try my patience, woman!
Are you touched in the head?
Me, Hatham. I come in peace.
Why are you speaking so slow?
Sorry.
What do you want?
Well, your name, for one.
I'm Gadzit Zio.
Pleased to meet you. Gadsday.
Just call me Zio.
Dio.
Zio.
Dio.
Now tell me why it is you're here.
Can you repeat that? Because I didn't understand the word you just said.
Where did you get this?
From an old friend.
I've only seen such markings in one other place.
Where?
Well, it is forbidden for me to speak of it.
I saved your people. Does this mean nothing to you? Look, I am not the enemy.
Close to here, there is a hill. Meet me there, and we'll see if you speak the truth.
I'm gonna walk away with my amulet? I don't know if I can trust you.
That town hosts soldiers who seek to drive my people from these lands. They're led by a man known as the Bulldog.
Edward Braddock.
You know him?
He is no friend of mine.
Every day, more of my people are lost to men like him.
Then I suggest we put a stop to it. Together.
What do you propose?
That we kill Edward Braddock. But first, we have to find him.
Okay. What? The game not register me doing that jump because of the fact that she was in the cart. Is that it? Didn't that matter? I guess because she was in it still?
I don't trust you.
I know.
Concord! This was the regulars' destination when they set up for Boston. On the day of the battles of Lexington and Concord inside the town, the British found cannon, flour, salt, food, and musket balls. They broke the cannon and threw the rest into the local mill pond. A bad idea since the local residents retrieved most of it later undamaged. In their zeal, the regular also accidentally set fire to the local meeting house. It happens, and then joined the bucket brigade to help put it out. However, the local militia saw the smoke and thought the regulars had set fire to the whole town. The militia marched in, causing a battle with the regulars at the North Bridge, just outside of town. It was a comedy of errors with very little comedy. Battle at the North Bridge battle was immortalized in the Concord hymn, a popular poem by Ralph Waldo Emerson. Emerson lived in Concord in the 1830s, which probably made him a bit biased. He refers to the fighting at the bridge as a shot heard around the world. Bit an overstatement, since the first shot of the war had been fired at Lexington hours before. Maybe he'd been napping. You know what poets are like.
Yet you remain.
That I might prove you wrong.
It will not happen.
So you say.
So I know.
Yet, I remain. Wait here. A Mohawkman is likely to raise suspicions, if not muskets.
This is hardly the first time I've been amongst your people. I can handle myself.
I hope so.
Can't stand being quartered there. The endless crashing of the waves, the sting of the salt in my eyes, and the goddamn gulls shrieking and shitting everywhere.
You're sure that's where we're going?
Aye. The Bulldog's putting together another expedition.
That's what they're calling them now. Expeditions.
Aye. Smart too. Slap a fancy name on something and all evil is excused.
I hear tell the French are readying to move on our positions. Wonder what Braddock intends to do about it.
He's already left for the advanced camp. I'll wager our little holiday here is just about ended. We'll be marching south before week's end.
Oi! Where you going, Cully?
Me?
No, the other cock Robin.
Well, I was leaving.
Oh? And now?
Well, now... I'm going to feed you your teeth.
And you were worried I was going to be the problem?
Oh, suplex.
You're hurt.
Oh, it's nothing.
Here. This should stop the bleeding.
That wasn't necessary. But thank you.
We should move on. Meet me at Braddock's camp when you're ready.
Okay. I need to go here. Okay. Just keep on straight. We'll get there. Horse has like no stamina. Jeez. Oh, that's nice. Hello.
Use the snowstorm to mask your approach. Having second thoughts?
Hardly. But I'll have to approach this carefully.
Go on then. I'll keep watch from here.
I can hide in that cart.
What's in the wagon? I need a full inventory.
As you wish. Let's see. 2 barrels of salt, 12 pounds pork, 10 pounds beef, 7 dozen eggs, 16 wheels of cheese. None of it French, don't worry. 5 bottles of whiskey, a couple dozen new uniforms, boots, leather for patching, blankets, a cart feed for the horses. What else? That's it? That's all there is?
Those cannons are like to cause trouble. Perhaps I could sabotage them.
John Fraser. John Fraser, also spelled Fraser, or Frazier, was a Scottish-born trader living in the area of Fort Duquesne during the French and Indian War, and a participant in the Bardock expedition. Fraser left Scotland sometime after 1745, possibly because of the political troubles that Fraser had supported the Stuarts, who were on the losing end of a rebellion. He set up trade on the upper Allegheny River, but was quickly run out of the cabin by the French. He moved further down the river near modern-day Pittsburgh, built a new cabin, and continued to trade. Fraser was one of the settlers building a fort on the site of Fort Duquesne near his own land when the French took over. Again, Fraser supplied Washington's attempts to reclaim the fort in 1754, which was followed by the defeat of Fort Necessity, and served as the chief scout during the Bardock expedition. After Braddock failed, Fraser gave up on the area, depriving the French of a third opportunity to chase him off his lands. So I suppose that's a small victory. He moved to Tuscarora Valley before finally settling at Fort Bedford.
General Braddock refused the offer. There will be no truce.
Damn it! Why, George? What reason did he give?
He said a diplomatic solution was no solution at all. That allowing the French to retreat would only delay an inevitable conflict, one in which they'd now have the upper hand.
There's merit to those words, as much as I hate to admit it. Still, can't he see this is unwise?
Damn it.
Those cannons are like to cause trouble. Perhaps I could sabotage them.
What was that? I'm killing guards using a weapon. Oh, god damn it.
Those cannons are like to cause trouble. Perhaps I could sabotage them.
There will be no truce.
Damn it! Why, George? What reason did he give?
He said a diplomatic solution was no solution at all. That allowing the French to retreat would only delay an inevitable conflict. One in which they'd now have the upper hand.
There's merit to those words, as much as I hate to admit it. Still, can't he see this is unwise?
It doesn't sit well with me either. We're far from home with our forces divided. Worse, I fear Braddock's bloodlust makes him careless. It puts the men at risk. I'd rather not be delivering grim news to mothers and widows because the bulldog wanted to prove a point.
Where is the general now?
Rallying the troops.
And then it's on to Fort Duquesne, I assume?
Eventually. The march north will surely take time. There's a copy of the plans in the command tent should you wish to review them.
At least this will be ended soon.
I tried, John.
I know, my friend. I know.
That map will surely be of use. I need to find it.
He's glitched, so we're just gonna move on. Okay. He's still glitched. So now we grab the map and get out. Would be the easiest way to get out of here. Damn it.
Those cannons are like to cause trouble. Perhaps I could sabotage them.
I see now how to get out of here. Okay. Might be wrong. But I'm assuming these ladders are here for a reason. Nice.
What news?
Braddock has left to rally his troops. They're marching on Fort Duquesne. It'll be a while yet till they're ready, which gives us time to form a plan.
No need. We will ambush him here near the river. Go and gather your allies. I will do the same. I will send word when it is time to strike.
Okay. Oh, damn it. I get that the deplete stamina, but like, is there a place for me to see where its stamina is? This horse has like no stamina. That's the case. The right tavern. Better than the wrong tavern.
The cold, cold ground.
Here, here.
Hard at work, I see.
How did you...
It is time. We've set up camp to the north. Meet me there.
Gentlemen, let us away.
First it was too cold. Now it's too goddamn hot.
This battle is part of the French and Indian War, the Braddock Expedition. In it, Edward Braddock's forces of 1,500 British regulars and militia was decimated by a group of French-led troops half its size. It's not something we talk about in Britain. Braddock had been sent to capture Fort DeQuesson at the top of Ohio River. His officers included a young George Washington, possibly because Washington knew the area, having surrendered at Fort Necessity the year before. Braddock's troops were about 10 miles from Fort DeQuesson when they were ambushed by a group of French and indigenous fighters. Braddock's advanced troops were overwhelmed and fell back into the main body of an army. Its rear guard didn't hear the order to stop and kept advancing into the main body of the army. The result was chaos. Almost every one of his officers was killed, with the exception of Washington. Braddock himself was fatally wounded. Washington had him carried from the field, and he died 4 days later. An interesting historical note: Braddock gave his officer's sash to George Washington, asking him to preserve it. Washington did. It's still on display at Mount Vernon. Battle is also known as Braddock's defeat, but interestingly, no one knows why. I'm kidding though. If you need me to tell you why, I don't think you'd really cut out for this.
And humid too. It's a right swamp, I tell you.
To say nothing of the mosquitoes.
Warm weather and bugs are soon to be the least of our worries.
What? You mean the bulldog? Please. We'll be in that one's beef soon enough and on to the next.
Where's your boy Lee gone off to?
Returned to finish out his service under Braddock.
I imagine the Bulldog's none too pleased after the stunt we pulled.
Pleased to spin a tale of my incompetence and beg forgiveness. He has a way with words, especially when it comes to flattery. I expect he'll be welcomed back with open arms.
Which would give us a man inside.
Precisely.
Unless you've underestimated.
I see you've been busy.
All these men are from many different tribes, united in their desire to see Braddock sent away. The Abenaki, the Lenape, the Shawnee.
And you? Who do you stand for?
Myself.
What would you have me do?
Will you help the others to prepare? Follow. They come.
Everything all right, sir?
Just savoring the moment. No doubt, many wonder why it is we've pushed so far west. These are wild lands, as yet untamed and unsettled. But it shall not always be so. In time, our holdings will no longer suffice. And that day is closer than you think. We must ensure our people have ample room to grow and further prosper. Which means we need more land. The French understand this, and endeavor to prevent such growth. They skirt around our territory, erecting forts and forging alliances, awaiting the day they might strangle us with the noose they've built. This must not come to pass. We must sever the cord and send them back. This is why we ride, to offer them one last chance. The French will leave, or they will die.
Now's the time to strike.
Wait. To scatter the expedition is not enough. We must ensure that Braddock falls, else he's sure to try again. I'll disguise myself as one of his own and make my way to his side. Your ambush will provide the perfect cover for me to deliver the killing blow.
We await your signal.
There, in front of us.
Titan revealed window. There's no Titan. What are you talking about?
Kill them!
What are you guys up to tonight? Are you guys online messing around?
How could anyone call
I'm
this
telling you,
forest home?
pack the cart.
It's
The
all
French
moving
pushback will be a lot of
ground.
opportunities for us up north.
Food for the rest of the night? Alright. I might end up switching over soon. Probably just finish this mission and switch over.
Have served, you mean? Sir? You are grateful to have served.
Yeah.
Edward. Not so fun on the other end of the barrel, is it?
Look out!
Sir. Where are you off to, Edward?
Out of my way! Ah, I see. I'm not doing this right. I feel like I'm messing that up. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be just like a one button press. I'm doing that completely wrong. Oh, I missed the third one. Oh well.
I never took you for a coward, Edward.
Come on, then! Such arrogance. I always knew it would be the end of you. Is the end of you.
God damn it, George Washington.
Don't. Hurry before he gets away! I said go!
Damn.
I don't deserve this!
George Washington getting his butt beat. George Washington. Here's a name even you should recognize. George Washington, who will go on to be the leader of an army during the American Revolution and the first president of the United States. I was going to say you probably know everything I'm going to tell you, but that would be a lie. What you know is that George Washington has a lot of things named after him. And anything else you learned in school you forgot because you thought you'd never use it in real life. You should call your history teacher and tell her she was right all along. George Washington was the son of a planter from Virginia. He was raised with little education, but was ambitious, teaching himself mostly from books. Washington started in business early, speculating on land starting at the age of 18. When he was 20, his older brother died, leaving him the heir of the family plantation at Mount Vernon, where he lived until his death, and where you can still visit his grave today. Washington got his military start during the French and Indian War, leading an expedition to Fort de Quesnay in 1754, a destination he never reached, having surrendered at Fort Necessity. The next year, Washington headed for Fort de Quesnay again, this time as a guide for Edward Braddock during the ill-fated Braddock expedition. Washington went as a volunteer, hoping that working for Braddock would get him a track to military promotion. Though the battle was a route, Washington earned credit for organizing the retreat, and later that year he was made a colonel in charge of the Virginia militia. Washington completely revamped the militia with hopes that under his organization and training they would be accepted into the British military. They never were. Washington resigned his post in 1758. I won't say the snub led to his contempt for the British, but snubs rarely help. By the 1760s, Washington had become active in political life, taking on the role in the Virginia House of Burgesses. He went on to be a member of the Continental Congress, and when war broke out in 1775, he was Congress's choice to lead the army. At the time, Washington said, "I do not think myself equal to the command I am honored with," which I'm sure inspired complete confidence in everyone who heard it. Imagine if you were on an airplane and the captain opened with that. It's possible Washington was being falsely modest, but the fact is this: he wasn't a military genius, and he knew it. Though I'm sure it hurts your American pride to hear me say he wasn't perfect. Washington had several narrow misses where the army could have easily been obliterated: at Manhattan, again at Brandywine, amongst others. Washington won an early victory. He broke the siege of Boston, but he then made a disastrous move of fortifying New York, a city he couldn't defend without a navy. He didn't have. Even you can work that one out. He spent the later half of 1776 retreating across New York and New Jersey, losing battle after battle, until Christmas, when he pulled off a successful surprise attack that the Hessian troops at Trenton. While that battle makes for some famous paintings, and it did rally the flagging confidence of the public, it was a minor victory in the war. I think we read all this, right? Benjamin Franklin was a renowned inventor, diplomat, one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence. Translations: he was a rock star of the age. Benjamin Franklin was born in Boston in 1706, the 10th son of a soap maker. No, I don't think I read this. 10 sons. I guess his parents couldn't afford a television. And also, there was no television. He began working for his brother, 1718, as an apprentice printer. However, their relationship was rocky, particularly after the elder Franklin found out that the young Benjamin had been writing for the paper under a pseudonym, Silence Duguid, and writing an extremely popular column at that. Human nature being what it is, the fact that the column was popular was probably the bigger problem. Benjamin ran away in 1723 and headed for Philadelphia, where he continued his career in printing and writing, eventually buying the Pennsylvania Gazette. Business, I mean, not just a copy. That would have been one of his lesser achievements. He stayed in Philadelphia for most of his life, that is, when he wasn't making extended trips to Europe. Franklin had a talent for persuasion. and that made him an ideal diplomat. In 1757, he went to London to represent Pennsylvania in an ongoing legal battle with the Penn family. It was the first of several extended political trips to Britain, and he would act as the state representative for Massachusetts, Georgia, and New Jersey as well. In fact, Franklin was in Europe for most of the Revolution, though he was in the colonies to help with the writings of the Declaration of Independence. Franklin was a vocal opponent of the British imposition on the colonies, like the Stamp Act, and although he first fought for the rights of the colonists as British citizens, he eventually became convinced, like many of the founding fathers, that independence was the only real solution. Unfortunately, Franklin's change of heart made him clash with his son William, who served as the royal governor of New Jersey. William remained an active loyalist. The father and son never spoke again. When he wasn't founding a new nation, and destroying his family in the process, Franklin was a scientist, inventing things like bifocals and more efficient wood stoves when he wasn't mapping the Gulf Stream and discovering how electricity worked. What have you done today? Maybe made yourself a microwave meal and sat about in your underwear? Oh, well done you. He was also quite the lady killer. Jesus, this guy, carrying on several friendships with women while he was in Europe. The records don't say what exactly they saw in him. Certainly not his looks. Maybe women like men who's intelligent. If that was true, I wouldn't be here. I'd be in Portugal surrounded by them, and you'd be looking at a blank screen. Oh, Sean is probably one of my favorite guys in this whole thing. Don't you run from me!
You're a hypocrite, Hatham!
I'm sorry, Edward, but you forced my hand.
You're gonna make me shoot you.
God damn it!
Time for fisticuffs. Let's do this.
Why, Hatham?
Your death opens a door. It's nothing personal. Well, maybe it is a little personal. Been a pain in my ass, after all.
But we are brothers in arms.
Once, perhaps. No longer.
Do you think I've forgotten what you did? All those innocents slaughtered, and for what? It does not engender peace to cut your way to resolution.
Wrong. Whether we applied the sword more liberally and more often, the world would be a better place than it is today.
In this instance, I concur. Farewell, Edward.
It's done. Now I've upheld my part of the bargain. I expect that you will honor yours.
Follow me.
No. No!
You seem disappointed.
I thought that I held a key that would open something here.
This room is all there is.
I expected more. What do they mean?
It tells the story of your Zizu. who came into our world and shaped it for what life might come. She had a hard journey, fraught with great loss and peril. But she believed in her children and what they might achieve. And though she is long gone from the physical world, her eyes still watch over us. Her ears still hear our words. Her hands still guide us. And her love still gives us strength.
You have shown me great kindness, dear. Thank you. I should go.
Getting wild with the wild woman. Okay. Leave the enemies. Rebecca Crane. Email fix. Just a quick heads up. Replying to email chains will no longer return multiple instances of the word RE. Should cut down on subject length considerably. Are you sure about that? See above. Sean is such a freaking troll. Haha, very funny, Sean. Focus, please. Hey there, Desmond. So far, so good, Rebecca. Great. As you'll see from the date of this email, you've been in the Animus for a few days now. But don't worry, I've been staying on top of your vitals. Not even a blip, so it looks like extended the sessions won't be a problem. Whatever happened between you and 16 seems to have increased your tolerance. The Animus keeps you in a resting state, which takes care of fatigue. And your memories are vivid enough. We're actually seeing micro movement in your muscles, which means no atrophy issues either. Still, we'll be bringing you out for breaks just to stay on the safe side.
Come on, son, we've got work to do.
Screw you, Dad. Nope. Dead talks? Just the email party hearts? Oh, Sean is hilarious, man. It's funny because he starts off and like the most jerk off of like characters, but he's funny, man. he's got good like he's got good like responses to everything. All right. We will be calling it there for today, guys.